What's up, gangers? Hey, welcome back to the stinking city. Wicked city. It's been like 2 weeks. I had plans. I made plans last week, okay? So I did a thing. I touched grass. And that's where I was. So you didn't see me then. I have more plans this weekend. So there's that. But this is the day before those plans happen. So I'm here. I'm sorry. I feel like there's probably more settings I should be tweaking that this program doesn't have. In terms of stream stuff on YouTube. Like, I noticed there's no option to pick what game I'm playing, like Twitch had. But on the YouTube screen, that is there. And I think that'll probably help significantly with discovering people who want to see this. Because my first couple streams just have actually gotten some views. And likes, which is uncommon, but you know. Just saying. Probably dinking myself a little. Flashlight. So we tracked down that missing artist. We didn't find him, but we found the people who robbed the guy. Or, we did find him, he got shot. So this time we should do like an actual thing. Not really a thread to follow. Wants me to find Professor Harriet Doe. Do this must investigate and discover who attacked his expedition and kidnapped her. I don't know. We were doing like part 2 of that mission. I think it's this one. We're supposed to look around Mr. Throgmorton's manor. He gave us access. He unlocked all the doors so we can look for evidence in here now. That's what we was doing. Monkey Manor. There'd be all this smoke on the ground here if you had a chimney on your house. I know that you have to deal with like floods and you wouldn't want water coming in from the chimney, but pretty important. Multiple fireplaces too. One's especially dirty. You guys don't have like fancy maids here or nothing? This is all playable space before. I doubt there's any evidence on the ground floor. Mario piano. Ooh. Wowie zowie. This one do the crazy guy, yeah.
Seems an ambitious expedition. Like father, like son.
The unknown Africa. Big penis. Now, they probably censored the fuck out of that, but I guarantee he was holding a massive cock before. It's not even like a racist thing. Just a lot of African statues got the big cock. Like fertility idols and stuff. Like Greek statues do too. Except there it's like more of a symbolism thing, you know? The satyrs are cursed with massive erections that never go away because they're beastly animals. But then all the statues of the gods and stuff have tiny dicks because they're like they're above that, I guess.
Looking sharp, but I guess that's the point. Curious craftsmanship. These must be worth a fortune.
Can't like Resident Evil undo this picture. Find a note on the back. Is that Is that Foot? Rosie, 1891.
1891 must have been a busy year for Francis.
When he met his fucking wife. Is his wife Tarzan's mom? Exclusive interview. Francis Throgmorton's expedition to Africa has proven to be one of the most ambitious, if sadly underappreciated, undertakings in 1891. He has returned with numerous historical artifacts, invaluable anthropological research, a newborn son, christened Robert, a plethora of fascinating cultural insights. Today, in an exclusive interview with the Oakmont Chronicle, he has agreed to share some of those insights with us. A newborn son during the expedition. Rosie and her big mommy milkers. Come on. This guy fucked a gorilla. Look at those grippers on her feet. You know you gotta put those to work. My internet's still doing the cutting out thing. I hope it hasn't affected you guys too much. It seems like everything's fine. Like, I'm not seeing frame drops or whatever in the program. But I also just haven't watched every second of every video to check for it. Still, on my end, it just happens sometimes. And I've restarted the router a few times. And we actually have a new router we still haven't put in. But, yeah. Just letting y'all know. It'll be fine. It's been good the past couple days since the last restart. Pretty sure this area was all open before too. Won't be anything down here. And there's another floor I'm not seeing. Our way up.
Looking sharp, but I guess that's the point.
Weird. Cut your mom out of the picture who she's a gorilla.
Now, that kid looks a little familiar.
Private correspondence. Francis, divorce is no simple matter these days. It never has been in my legal practice. You must clearly define the fault you shall present to the court, the most common options being cruelty, adultery, or an incurable mental illness. It is my impression that your firstborn's death at a tender age of 7 dealt a blow to Bethany's health. To sincerely hope she recovers. I do sincerely hope she recovers, but the court won't share my concerns. Besides, Oakmont Asylum seems to be a very well-run place. Regards, Chauncey. So his wife went into an asylum after the kid died. The kid looks familiar. Is the kid Robert? Is he still alive? Did he, like, come back to life like a fucking trigger. Says there's still a little evidence. I don't suppose you can get some from, like, talking. Could be something hidden in the basement, too. What do I know?
I had some questions about Bethany.
I beg your pardon? I don't believe I know anyone of that name.
Your
Well, it came
mom.
up during the investigation. See, your father divorced, and his ex-wife's name was Bethany.
Say no more. It is beyond my earliest memories, but even if it weren't, my father's business is his own. I shall not engage in gossip.
Okay, well, it sounds like I can find out more about her at the asylum, at least.
Your father led an expedition back in 1891. Do you know anything about it?
I'm not the best person to ask, I'm afraid. I was a babe in arms back then, and my father never made his findings public. It is a great shame, of course. His work would have turned the science of evolution on its head.
Yeah, I can see that. Have a good day.
Not just this guy don't know nothing about his mom. Talking did get me the evidence. So, good to know. So this is the asylum. Sounds like this is our next lead, right? Some treasure here too. I marked this, I just didn't have any space in my inventory. It was all full of quest bullets. Okay, so crazy old witch, would that not be crazy ex-wife? Do we think that the woman who had that guy robbed was Bethany? And she's literally the only suspect at the moment, but makes enough sense. Oh, is it Rusty's razor? LA Noir? This spin of Occam's razor that, you know, the most obvious suspect is usually it. This is just, it's always the ex-wife. It's always the spouse, whatever. Hello? Oh, I bet this is a water boy house. I, like, do not remember how to reload. I guess my weapons are both full, though. Aren't I supposed to be able to hold another bullet, though? Like, I got that perk, didn't I? knew it was something. I wasn't expecting a big boy, though. Also, still not sure if weak spots are a thing. And humans definitely die from headshots. And that glowy sure looks like a weak spot, but I have no clue. Ah! Yeah, shit. Sid the Liar. So empty here without Sid the Liar. Feels like he was just there yesterday. The unmistakable smirk of his. Sometimes when I was listening to the radio, I feel like I can hear his voice. Might be just white noise. It's all garbled after all. Come to think of it, I hear Sid every time I'm switching stations. Weird. I hope it's not about those $20 I ended up owing him. What? Oh, geez, I actually finished 2 games, in the meantime, so we have stuff to talk about, guys. Wow, first one, short boy, called Juarez Gunslinger. It's been on my to-do list for a long time. My brother played it, like, forever ago, around when it came out in, like, 2013. And it's made by Techland, published by Ubisoft originally. However, since then the publishing rights have been revoked from Ubisoft, or their contract expired. I don't know. It seems like Techland has only made 2 IPs, and they publish a few things themselves now. So they have Dying Light, of course, but then they made this one Call of Juarez game, and recently they added a Call of Juarez Gunslinger content pack to Dying Light 2, which made the game go on sale for like $1, and that's when I picked it up. And you know, I was just surprised that I did not need to use Ubisoft Connect for it, because they republished it themselves at some point, just like all the Sherlock Holmes games were republished by Frogwares eventually. So that basically just means it's a different developer from the other Call of Juarez titles. I don't think the one sold especially well, possibly because it had a different developer, but also the previous game, which came out just a year before, The Cartel, which is like a modern cowboy thing, was not very good to my knowledge. So, it's like an arcadey shooter. It's mission-based. Basically, the game starts with the old cowboy gunslinger walking to a bar and like, holy shit, is that the guy I read so much about? He's like, sure I am. I'll be happy to drink that beer you just bought me. And he just starts, like, telling stories of his whole career, running into all these famous outlaws and such. Billy the Kid, Jesse James. Some eye patchies, the Wild Bunch, you know, just a lot of famous names. You shooting at me? You shooting at me, boy? What was I saying? So, because it's all doing like a storytelling thing, it has like a weird way of presenting itself. You will see things just appear out of thin air sometimes after the guy mentions it, you know? Like, I was surrounded, I couldn't find a way out. But then, eventually, serendipity was on my side, and a way out just appeared before me. And you'll see, like, the mountains fucking split into a cave. You know, that's unique, it's cool. It's cool that it's, like, an actual thing. But you do have an unreliable narrator because of plot twists that happen. So, like, you can't tell if he's really gone through all this amazing stuff or not. Because most of his stories, it seems that he is being mistaken for other people. And he's always just taking down whole gangs by himself. And, you know, in the official books, like, the Pinkertons did this. Or no, that was the local sheriff. Yeah, but I posse'd up with him. No, that was Billy. Nope, they just thought I was Billy because I looked like him, and I ran with him. I was just a distraction. The art style is, like, mostly realistic, but it's also slightly stylized. It's hard to say. Everything looks very sharp, but, like, for 2013, I think the game still looks, like, pretty amazing by today's standards. The one thing that is, like, iffy is just that characters' mouths don't move when they're talking to you. It's just not like you go and talk to people all the time. It's just, you know, you're shooting guys, and, you know, they say, "You son of a bitch!" And you just, you know, their mouths don't flap. How do you get down there? So the game's like has a very arcadey feel. You have like a slow time Deadeye type thing you can do. There's a little skill tree, like you're an experience and points for doing things. There's a combo meter for, you know, kills in quick succession. which gives you more experience, of course. That's the reward. You can get like new skills or stuff to like increasing ammo capacity or just doing more damage on slowdown. More ways to get focus meter to slow down more often and get your combos even higher. More ways to get higher combos. Sometimes you get a special ability. It's like you can mash the reload button to reload even faster. Or if you tap the grenade button while your dynamite's in the air, it'll split into multiple sticks. It'll all do the same damage. Or you can pick up dynamite and throw it back at the attacker. There's 3 different skill trees. One's like focused on the rifle, one on shotguns, and one on pistols. There's not a lot of guns in the game. But they all have their purpose. See, there's like 3 revolvers. One is just a 6-shooter. You know, it's the most standard gun. Reloads pretty quick once you get the upgrades. Then there's the quick shooter, which does less damage but fires faster, reloads even faster. If you're like a spammy boy, that's for you. Good if you're an akimbo player. Then there's the Rangers, which reload slower, but they do more damage and have better range. Those are my preferred pistols because it frees me up to have a shotgun when, you know, your pistol does the long range. So I like using the rifle too. I, more often than not, would end up having a rifle and Rangers because they do more damage. It didn't matter. And there's actually a skill you can pick up later that makes it so every time you enter focus mode, you automatically reload. So like I didn't have to worry too much about the slower reloads on them. It wasn't until like very end game of my second playthrough in New Game Plus when I actually switched back to using shotguns over the rifle, because there's one busted ass perk you can get that eliminates reloads on shotguns when you're in focus. So you slow time and have it like infinite shotgun basically. It's fucked up. Anyways, guns feel good. And there's not much to it. You aim, you shoot, it's a gun. But they feel good, they look cool, they got cool sound effects, all the classic cowboy movie stuff you'd expect. Sometimes your character will like animate and you'll like blow the smoke off the gun after you've shot. Yeah, cool reloads and such. Now, the first time you're playing, you're probably going to be looking for the collectibles. And those are cool. They're called Nuggets of Truth. You pick them up and they, like, give you, like, the facts about events or just places and stuff. So, like, you know, they'll mention the Pinkertons in the narration, and then, you know, you maybe pick up a nugget and tell you what the Pinkertons actually are, or maybe they'll give you the facts about Billy the Kid. Those were neat, and they give you like a fat lump of experience, so you don't have to recollect them if you die or anything, which is nice. And New Game Plus, those all stay collected too. So you get to keep all that fat experience for later. But they really did slow things down, and like when you get to the end of a mission, you see you missed one, you gotta replay the whole mission. You don't get to keep any of that experience, you just gotta redo the whole mission, search for things again. It's a little annoying. But yeah, it tacked on time. It made me... I think I took like 3, maybe even 2 longer sessions to beat it the first time, so that's probably like 6 to 8 hours. But then my second time playing on New Game Plus, I didn't have to worry about collectibles. I just blazed through it all in one session. It took me like 3 hours. And the game's pretty short, and it was much more satisfying to not have to look for collectibles. There's actually an arcade mode too. It like sets up challenge maps. You're supposed to string together a combo for the whole duration of it, and you get a high score. There's an online scoreboard for that too. So my 2 friends who played the game, Jack and my brother, I got to compete against their scores. They're both much better than me, sadly. So I didn't get too far into the arcade mode. I'd say the game's like an easy complete too if you're on achievement hunting, but you have to beat the arcade mode with all 3 stars, which again I just wasn't willing to do. I'm sure I could have gotten higher scores if I played enough to unlock the perks for the arcade mode characters. Like obviously you get the perks and you do better each time, but it seems like it was an unnecessary tack on. There's also a dueling mode. You're supposed to get like 5 consecutive wins with honor to pass. And the dueling minigame is complicated. It took me a very long time. I was on the second playthrough when I finally got a hang of it. But basically, you aim at the guy, right? And it like slowly drifts away from you. So you got to keep it trained on him, and your focus will go up, which like slows down time more when it comes time to draw. It also zooms in a bit more to make you a little more accurate. But if you move it too fast, your meter stops going up. So like you need to keep it still and only make subtle changes to keep it trained on him, right? And eventually they add in like a hand thing that does the same thing. You have to keep it above your gun, and it'll make your draw quicker. Then you got 2 things to focus on, as well as watching the guy's hand to see when he draws. Because if you draw first, that's dishonorable, and you don't get any bonus XP, or you'll fail the minigame. So you need to draw when he draws, as well as have good things up. And you have to not miss, and they give you the ability to dodge bullets too, so you can use A and D to get out of the way if you need to get more than 1 shot in. And yeah, it just wasn't working for me for a long time. It took a while to figure out, but I got it eventually.
I'm looking for Bethany Throgmorton. You got any patients by that name?
We'd know if we had a Throgmorton. Although, we do have a Bethany. Or rather, we did. She's missing, and not on one of her usual walks.
Her usual walks? You let patients leave the building?
Oh, Bethany was harmless, and she always came back. This time, well, I've never known her to be like that.
You don't walk her with like a security guard?
You mean she broke out?
Yes, knocked an orderly out cold. She was out the door in a moment. It took us all by surprise. She's usually harmless.
Any idea where she went?
No. She had been odd recently, though. Muttering to herself, and she drew this strange picture on her bedroom wall.
That's interesting. Can I take a look at her room?
I suppose it couldn't hurt. She had a separate room downstairs. Here's the key, but do watch out for broken glass.
Okay. I thought I was gonna have to do an archive thing. Oh boy. Sorry, I went on a tangent there. We were still talking about the guns. So there's one rifle in the game. You know, it's simply called the rifle.
Watch your pocket. Some patients here have wandering fingers.
You know, some kind of repeater. Maybe a Winchester or something like that. Then there's the shotgun. Historically, it's Bob Ollinger's mean-ass shotgun you stole in the second mission. There's also a Shawn-off shotgun you can get to replace your pistol. But, it's better to just have the revolvers. You can akimbo the Shawn-offs eventually, and that helps a bit, but, like, they only fire 2 shots, and you're better off just using a shotgun if you want a shotgun, you know?
Haven't you seen the beast?
And there's also a Shawn-off rifle, which is the odd one out, because, like, what the fuck is it? It's a pistol, basically. Like, it's stronger, I guess, and maybe you call it a Magnum, even. But it has, like, low range. There's no reason you'd want to use the Shawn-off rifle. And in the perk tree, when you're, like, halfway through one, and when you reach the end of one, you get a special version of your guns, right? So you get, like, the golden rifle, or the golden 6-shooter. There is no upgrade for the Shawn-off rifle, only the Shawn-off shotgun.
There's enough dope left in here to knock out a horse. The blood's almost dry.
That's all the guns. Yeah, I don't know. The game's just like a fun, quick, wild ride. It's not too long. It's satisfying. Story was cool. The way they presented it was cool, too. Yeah, it was just a wonderful time. It wasn't too long. It was more than worth $1. I don't know if I would have paid full price, assuming it was a $60 game, considering the length. But, like, I would have played that a long time ago when it was worth more than the $1. I just never got around to it.
At 7 years each, that's a lot of bad luck. I'm glad it's not mine.
And again, it doesn't feel dated at all. It looks great for today, even though it came out in 2013.
Someone had a field day defacing these.
And Dan Bull's got a great song about it. Throgmortons in mourning. Young Hammond Throgmorton, Francis Throgmorton's firstborn, has been pronounced dead, mortally injured in a mysterious accident during a family holiday. Little Hammond could not be revived. Despite his doctor's best efforts, the funeral will be held later this week, with only family and close friends attending. In this dark and tragic hour, we are trying to remain grateful for all we have, including baby Robert. Scared Francis Throgmorton, as my sole remaining heir, I will do all I can to protect him. Bethany's note. All I do for my dear Hammond, I cannot forget that. Shame on me for thinking that reprobate Squint had more common sense than greed in him. So she did hire them. He got the mirror, and I do not care for how he did it, but when the time came for the exchange, he wanted more. So much more, he had the gall to threaten me, said he'd find a new buyer. What's done is done. No one has the right to come between a mother and her child. What was the mirror for, though? Some kind of ritual? Just breaking mirrors? She had to break 1,000,000 mirrors to get bad luck?
At 7 years each, That's a lot of bad luck.
That's what I'm saying.
Not mine.
I will find it, baby boy. I promise. Just tell me more.
It's a house, but why?
Stop right there.
You no longer have any power over me. I have found my Hammond. He's shown me the way. Randall Glassworks in Salvation Harbor. I can't believe it. The answers have been there since last century.
Time to piece this one together.
So she found out mirrors from this place do something,
Randall Glassworks.
and then she started smashing mirrors,
You no longer have any power
and
over
then
me.
she got the mirror and knocked this motherfucker out.
Stop right there.
Bethany escaped the asylum after getting the mirror from Glover. Next stop looks to be a factory called Randall Glassworks.
More here.
Huh.
The other half of the picture.
It's taken at gunpoint? Someone had a field day defacing these.
I will find it, baby boy. I promise.
The blood's almost dry.
Maybe she has something to say about it at the reception.
Do you see it?
Haven't you seen the beast?
Oh, geez, I forgot to mention, after you beat the game, you unlock True West difficulty, which is kind of like the Ranger Hardcore in the Metro games. Like, it takes away the HUD. So, you know, you're left with just iron sights, and you don't get to count your bullets or anything. Though you do still get the cheat skills like the auto reload when you enter focus, so there's that. Still, that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. That's what I did on the second playthrough, of course. And yeah, after going through Metro, I think that might be my preferred way to play shooters. No HUD. Maybe a way to just look at my health still. Like, that's kind of bullshit, but the game does bloody screen so real, so there's no real reason to do that. It's not actually bloody screen so real, it like puts holes in the screen because it's coming through like a film projector, you know? It's actually a pretty cool effect.
Seems that Bethany had a thing for mirrors. You know anything about that?
Oh, yes. Poor soul. She
Corn
was
my teeth.
convinced there was a boy called Hammond living in her mirrors. She talked to him every day.
I see.
Trying to break him out of the mirrors.
Bye.
That'd be a cool short story. Okay, so where is this location? Randall Glassworks in Salvation Harbor. How am I supposed to find Randall Glassworks? It didn't give me an address. Do I ask Robert about it?
I'm not in the mood for chit-chat, Mr. Reed. I'm not in the mood for chit-chat, Mr. Reed.
If you want me to find this damn person, shit. Alright, I guess I just have to look around for freaking Randall Glassworks. Salvation Harbor isn't too big. It's gotta be somewhere in this main area. They've been there since the last century. It's like my only hint. So it's a factory. Is there like a factory district? There's boats here, like maybe this area, one of these buildings. The harbor. This looks like a factory too. More of a train station. And the shells anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I'll stick to just going to here. Maybe I'm supposed to look it up at the newspaper or something.
Buy a paper, mister?
Maybe I should do that first. It'll save us time. Oakmont Chronicle.
Extra, extra. All the news that's fit to print.
I don't know why he couldn't find that fucking phone booth. Alright, so this whole century, advertisements, and, Salvation Harbor. Oh, whoops. This one. Nothing about the Throgmortons, no. I'm looking at the two obvious hints, and none of these are turning up anything. So I guess that's that. Just need an address for this damn building. Okay, so the other game I played was Dungeons 3. I'm not sure if I've talked about Dungeons 1 or 2 on stream before, but basically, so when Dungeons 1 came out, it was the only game trying to be like Dungeon Keeper, I guess, but it wasn't at all like Dungeon Keeper. It's made by Calypso, who do the Tropico series. I'm sure they do other stuff too, but Tropico is what they're famous for. And Tropico is like a city builder. You play Cuba and you do like tourism and juggle US and Soviet politics. It's an alright time. Dungeons was basically just that, but you know, fantasy themed. Like, you dug out a dungeon like in Dungeon Keeper, but there was no army management or anything. You were basically just setting up an amusement park. It was weird. You had to, like, you'd set up rooms, and the room would have a theme, like, you'd be like, this one's a prison, and then you'd set up decorations. They were literally called gimmicks. You'd be like, this is a light with a skull with a candle in it. Is the prison cell, of course. The room can't function without the prison cell, but then you got some chains, a skeleton on a wall. You know, this is all just stuff to invest your wealth into and make the people going through your dungeon happy. And basically that's what you were trying to harvest. That was like your experience points and your power for your dungeon and stuff. So, like, you'd put your money into chests, and they'd take some of that money, and be like, ooh, fat loot. And that'd make them happier. And then eventually, when they reached their max happiness, you'd kill them before they reached the end of your dungeon. And you'd harvest their happiness from their soul or whatever. And that was the whole point of that game. And, like, it was neat for what it was. Like, it was definitely a unique thing. It just wasn't Dungeon Keeper. And, you know, it got a bit repetitive after a while, and the RPG aspect of it was kind of imbalanced. Like, you had a character you controlled, and you can level them up, and then you had to fight bosses occasionally, and those are bullshit. But whatever, that one, it has its own right to exist now that they have other things like War for the Overworld, which is quite good. And Dungeons 2, of course. Dungeons 2 was not an amusement park manager. It was Dungeon Keeper. You had rooms in your dungeon that you dug out, and you like made little facilities for your army. And they would like auto-build stuff. You weren't spending time decorating anything. And, you know, you'd raise your army, you'd go up to the surface, and you'd conquer. It was like, what's the word I'm looking for? A parody? A lampoon? You know, it just spoofs a lot of Warcraft stuff, especially with the enemies' designs and architecture. Everything looks very Stormwindy. Human Alliance. In fact, their capital city is called Stormbreeze. Yeah, you did that game, and where things got, like, slightly interesting is where you were playing, like, the chaotic evil, but then there was also these other kinds of evils that you'd face up against eventually, and they'd add new parts to your army, including demons and the undead, where you start with just, like, the orcish horde. Where am I trying to go? I want to go, like, here, I guess, right? I said this is probably where the factories would be.
Stop it.
Anyways, that game was, like, simple, but it was fun, it was quick. It was just, like, not a lot of depth to it. Now comes Dungeons 3, and there's still not a lot of depth to it. it's more complex than the other one in that you have all the different armies to manage at once, and there's more rooms, and like there's more tiers of resources for you to refine. But like a lot of it's still just like autoplay, and while there are like new units and stuff for you to manage, you don't have to. Like you can just Zerg rush everything. Get the goblins, they do the most damage, and you know, it doesn't matter. They can level up, you can keep them alive and resurrect them eventually. But if you have to replace them with level 1s, it's no biggie. You still do the whole service conquering thing. Apparently you only conquered one part of the service before, and you like went to the eastern lands this time, which are still Warcrafty. But you personally couldn't cross the water, so you got a new hero this time, Talia, the Dark Elf, who was like naturally evil, but she was converted by the church into being good, and then like for half the game she's like got a Smeagol thing going on where she's like talking to herself, her good self. And it's not very funny. In fact, in the game's description it says like mediocre humor. Like, they have to acknowledge it, but it's like fourth wall breaking all the time, references galore. There's no investment in the story because of all this crap. Which makes buying any of the DLC a hard sell, even if one of them is technically a sequel. And just recently Dungeons 4 was announced too, and it looks like Talia is going to be making a return. It actually has a really cool art style. Like, clearly poured it into like Unreal 5 or whatever the newest one is. Like, the lighting's crazy in it, but everything looks like it's claymation or something. I really like that. Though this current one just looks like more Dungeons 2, like it wasn't graphically an advancement or anything. Everything's very simple. Yeah, there's just not a lot to talk about. Yeah, each mission has unique goals for you to complete. That's cool, I guess. It gives you like replay value, because the missions could otherwise be very bum rushy. But you know, you get some more playtime out of them if you're going for specific goals that you have to grind out. The ones that were especially troublesome were like speedrunning ones, for like they want you to do this in 45 minutes, where like the global average for the mission is an hour and a half. And yeah, I'd say that is pretty average, about an hour per mission. So with there being like 20 missions or so, it's, you know, it's a decent length. Jerry, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While it's true that I own several ships, none of them can take you and your sister to sea. Nevertheless, there are other captains in this Borg who may agree with your plan. Come to the port, find near the entrance, and should you see some of my friends, yours, Vince. Dear Jeremy, my tests suggest that in many ways your symptoms resemble so-called Innsmouth syndrome. Your case is a difficult one, but science may help you fight this illness. Come by again and we'll try free therapy on the experimental deworming medicine I've invented. Convinced this syndrome is a result of hemolyth infestation from raw or poorly cooked fish. Yours sincerely, Dr. Grant. Interesting. So the fish mouths are people with worms. Eating fish affects my skin a lot. Its elegant paleness has changed to an ugly greenish color. I thought my mirror was spoiled by damp, but it's not. The balsam I bought didn't help. Can't sleep now, but it's become green like seaweed, or those nasty corals which grow on me. Jeremy has caught a cold. I'm so afraid he'll lose his job. He went to the doctor and wears this ugly scarlet scarf even while sleeping. Poor Jeremy. The sheets are so dry that I can't sleep. Maybe a short walk will help. The water tonight is so calm. I want to touch it. Jeremy is so busy at work. I can swim as much as I want. And all I want is to be in the water. They became Innsmouthers, and Innsmouthers are in fact fish people. They're not just ugly. Body annoy. This feels like it's probably something important at some point, but I'm not at that place yet. So yeah, Dungeons 3 was like mid. It was fun enough to go through. The jokes didn't make me laugh. Probably because a lot of things seem like normie. Like if you're going for references, you have to not make any deep cuts. You have to make something that, like, you know, this guy's aware of Lord of the Rings, but he hasn't read the books, right? So, you know, you'll say, my precious, and like, oh, yes, I know Gollum, I know Schmeagol. But you will never say, meat's back on the menu, boys. That's not really deep cut either, but you know what I'm trying to say. Oh, and, you know, in addition to, Talia talking all the time, there's the narrator, of course, which is, our favorite British man, who's been narrating every game I've played recently. Like, Jesus Christ, I don't know why I've been playing so many games with narrators, but it's always this same motherfucker. I don't hate his voice or anything, he's getting that money, but why is it always him? I don't remember his name. I think it's, like, something Brighton? It's either Brighton or McLeod.
Don't do that again.
But you know who I'm talking about at this point. P. Treasure in here. This isn't the Mirror Factory, obviously. It's probably something else I'm coming to later, but I wonder if I can collect evidence in advance or not. Oh, so when I did say the DLCs were going to be a hard sell, the one of them, the direct story expansion that's like actually has a long campaign to it and more voice acting and stuff. Most of them are just like 3 mission packs or whatever, and they're all themed around things. Like this one's the Game of Thrones pack, this one's the Lord of the Rings pack. But, you know, the one, I think it was called Clash of Gods or something, was like an actual expansion, right? And it actually looks like it added cool stuff, like you fight against the goddess and her holy forces, and, you know, whatever, is a new faction, who cares, but she can build underground, which is something that the game was, like, severely missing. So they can build underground, set up bases, and, you know, consecrate stuff that you'll have to, like, taint, I guess, later. And, you know, they'll be doing base building, and you'll have to fight them underground, which you can't really control your minions underground. You can pick them up with the Hand of Terror and drop them places, but there's no way to just, like, select them and tell them to go somewhere, which makes getting everyone to the surface a little annoying, honestly. You have to round them all up. There's a button you can click to pick everyone up, but some of your creatures are, like, work units, you know, so you want to leave some of them behind. You don't just want to pick all of them up. And you also need to leave some behind to defend, to do guard duty and stuff. Yeah, there's not really a good way to manage them that way, but anyways, I think if they added controls for moving guys while you're in the dungeon, that would be great. Which they probably did, considering that you have to now conquer other dungeons in the underground space. But they also had the ability for you to build on the surface. Like, you can set up towers and stuff to deal with, you know, armies marching in from the surface to get sneak attacks. And I think that that's actually rather interesting for an RTS, to have those 2 levels of gameplay. The next logical step would be, of course, to let you have a full-ass base on the surface as well as underground. I know, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 had the whole underground map too, right? But I don't think you were able to build a kingdom on there. So that was just, like, where you'd go for sneak attacks and stuff. And I guess it's kind of the reverse. But yeah, I mean, that stuff looks interesting, and I would have gave it a try if it was on sale, I guess, but it wasn't, so, you know, I was kind of over the game. Because as it stands, there's just not enough depth. And even if they added all these new mechanics, if there's no depth to them, it's not gonna... You're just putting makeup on a pig. And I have War for the Overworld to play still. Like, I've only played a little bit of that, and, like, it was good. I just got distracted, I guess. I don't know why I stopped. And that should have been what I went to first. The Georgia store. Gotta buy me a whole Georgia. The fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Seven Oaks Estates. Oh, it's an inn. Interesting. Not the mirror factory, though. This can't be what they want me to do. Just walk around and look for it, right? There's a timer on the symbol, like maybe something's going to happen later on. And that's why I'm okay with, like, giving up if I don't find it in a few minutes here. Because we can go do the main story stuff instead. It's no problem. Maybe we'll even just come across it while we're walking around, you know.
Just caught, mister.
Fresh fish, just strained, mister. Made it myself. Tastes so good, but you can down it faster than I can say Mississippi. Get me out of there. Yeah, alright, well, that's all infested. There's an inn there. Didn't seem to be anything interesting over here, though. I guess I didn't really check by the dock specifically, so... I'll do just that. And we'll take one lap around there, see if anything pings on the map. If not, we will go investigate the main case. Is that a TV? This looks like some kind of factory, don't it?
Door won't budge.
Yeah, it's got the thing on the window. This is the place. So I found it, but it ironically right where I dropped that marker. But it seems that we can't do this just yet. She hasn't made her move.
The door won't budge.
Unless there's another way in. Might have to fold here.
Find something you like. Cheaper than the rest.
Whoa!
the rest. He's mad! He's completely mad!
Okay, well, it stayed marked. I'm still right next to this, so yeah. Let's move on with our main case then. So, quid pro quo. Throgmorton expedition was attacked in depths beneath Oakmont. Professor Harriet Doe, expedition leader, was captured. The others were all left to die. The attackers had distinctly fish-like features, Innsmouth syndrome, local call it. One of the assailants was killed in the fight. He carried a dagger, particular golden amulet, which resembled a fisheye. This could be the only attack if carried out. There must be evidence more of such crimes throughout the city. Okay, so we are going to the police archives and learn about the Innsmouther cult.
Damn newcomers!
Damn newcomer. So, violent crimes, instruments of crime, suspects, police report number 19. About 10:30 p.m. April 15th at Fish Market Eastern Shells, corner of Orchard Ave and Holy Fire Lane. I apprehended a suspicious-looking Innsmouther as he was stalking a young woman. The suspect had in his possession a peculiar golden amulet which resembled fish eyesight seized, as well as a dagger seized. The suspect resisted arrest. When I tried to cuff him, he cried out for help, screaming for his brother of Yod. Several other armed Innsmouthers appeared from the fish market. I was forced to release said Innsmouther and retreat. Suspect got away. The case is pending further investigation. Lieutenant Phelps. Okay. At the Fish Market, Eastern Shells, corner of Orchard Ave and Holy Fire Lane. So, Shells. Reed Heights. Am I a big family in this town? Holy Fire Lane and Orchard Ave. Oh. Nearby I can walk. It must have a hideout over there, somebody can show up at the drop of a hat, right? just go straight across. That's a big snack. This is the fish market. Great.
And it is only fair to be afraid. Titanic forces are at work, infinitely greater than ourselves. Unknowable, incomprehensible. There will be sacrifice. There will be loss. There will be darkness. But these are the hallmarks of a pivotal moment in time. And each of us has a part to play.
What?
I guess this city wouldn't be complete without a doomsday prophet.
Let me assure you, I am anything but. I am called Ebernote Blackwood, and this is the place I have chosen to share my message. Please, come to one of my full sermons.
Charles Reed. Good
He
to
has
meet you.
green scales. Looks different from the other Innsmouther's, but also very clearly sick. This must be Innsmouther syndrome then, which is not the same as being born in Innsmouther, I guess.
Blackwood. You're a member of the Grand Family.
I am indeed the last of that line, inheritor of an empty mansion and a severed history.
I'll see you around.
Fish? Fresh fish? Take as much as you need. It won't cost you a penny. Fish? Fresh fish? Take as much as you need. It won't cost you a penny. Don't be shy. We have enough for everyone.
I've
Got
heard that I
worms
can
in
find
it?
An organization hereabouts that goes by the name of the EOD. Am I in the right place?
You sure are. I happen to be a representative of the EOD. Pleased to meet you. My name's Anna. Can I help you with something?
Charles Reed. Just a few questions, if I may.
Of course. Ask away, Charlie.
This city is short on everything except dirt, rain, and things that want to kill you. Yet, you just give away food for free. What's your angle?
Angle? There's no angle, Charlie. Not everyone can hide in fancy manners like the grand families. And our hearts tell us we must do more. We've decided to seize our own fate and rise above this disaster. I think it's going well. The sea's good to us, and it blesses us with abundance.
What is the EOD? I mean, what do you do as an organization?
Well, we are a non-profit charitable organization. Actually, it's better to say that we're a gathering of volunteers. We're not an official charity yet. As for what we do, we try to help ease the suffering in our city as much as we can.
Oh, and how do you do that?
We provide fish for the hungry and fix the homes of the poor. We also patrol the streets at night to keep the wild beasts and bandits at bay. And many, many more things. Whatever needs doing. Anything to help the people, Charlie.
Well, sounds good until you get to the many, many more things. Please tell me more about those many, many more things.
What does EOD stand for?
Everyone's obvious duty. When we began, it also had, is to help each other. But we dropped that part. It was a little bit wordy.
It's been great chatting with you, but I'm actually here to speak with the EOD leadership. You know where I can find them?
Not so fast, Charlie. Nobody meets the top brass without being a member. You need to earn a rank in the EOD first.
Oh, you're kidding me. What for?
You need to prove yourself. Show us through your actions that you're worth our time. No offense, Charlie.
So, are there any benefits for joining the EOD?
We don't do
A
this
cool
for money,
knife
Charlie.
and a
We do
pendant.
this because it's the right thing to do. Think of it as working towards a higher purpose.
How can I join?
That all depends on what skills you can offer us. What do you do best?
Find
Well,
things.
I'm afraid my resume's in my other jacket. Let me see. I was in the Navy during the war, and ever since it ended, I've been a private eye.
The sea provides. Turns out we have a job that's a perfect fit for you.
Okay. Tell me more about this job.
Well, last night someone tried to break into our fish storage room. Luckily, the guards scared him off, but I fear they'll be back to finish the job. That's why we've been busy today giving away all the fish to the people. We'd rather it get into the hands of the needy than to some thief.
Oh, so you have another reason you didn't tell me when I asked.
Right.
You're smart, Charlie. I like it. Exactly.
Fine. Count me in.
Good. Thank you. Here's the address. Tell the guard the password, I serve the sea, and he'll let you into the storeroom.
See you later.
It's just a fish market. It's not crime scene. They gave me an address, but it didn't just auto mark on the map. That's slightly annoying, because they told me exactly where it was. The Shells, Hawking Lane between Warren Road and Liberty Road. Here's Hawking Lane. Warren Road. And Liberty Road. So it's like right here.
Do you want a fishy?
I do not find a fishy. I like fish. I can eat some shrimp if it's fried. And I like lobster. And crab, but I think both are too much work. So like, if it's like a crab cake, I'll eat that. If I have to fucking peel the shell off myself, I'm out. Clams are okay. A little gross at times. They're a mixed bag. Like, you know, sometimes you get the part that keeps the meat on, and you can't really chew that. It's gross. Sometimes it's got sand in it. So yeah, fish sticks are okay, but that's because they're all bread. And you know, flounder is like, I'll eat it, but it's pretty eh. And tuna's good. On the whole, I would say I'm not a fish man. I think sushi is overrated. I can do with some of that too. But salmon, that's the big no-no. You know, I'll at least try the other fish, though I'm still expecting them to taste like fish. But salmon, that's like cat food. I know it's because cat food is literally supposed to be salmon flavored, but like the mental connection just makes me want to spit it out. I don't get the freaking kibble and think that it smells like chicken, you know? It smells like salmon. I expect it to taste about the same. This isn't the place. I just saw an open door and thought I should rob it. Drag queen.
You got business here.
I serve the sea. Anna sent me here to investigate the recent break-in.
See me praised. Finally. I'm Daryl Grimes. How can I help you?
Can you tell me what happened? Don't skimp on the details.
Not much to tell, sadly. It was a man, that much I know. He snuck in while I was upstairs, tried to steal the fishies, but I heard him. Nearly got him with a harpoon by Kay, but I missed in the dark. He got away, that Dane, but I wonder, why steal what you can get for free?
Yeah, that's a bit of a puzzler. What did this burglar look like?
The man.
Height as you. Not too big, not too small. Nothing to write home about. An average Joe. If not for his bald head.
Me?
That guy was as bald as an egg. I could see the moonlight reflecting off the top of his head.
Blinded you? Like a tactical flashlight, so I shave your head in the military.
What did he steal?
Nothing. I scared him off before he could.
Where did he go after that?
Don't know, pal. He was way faster than me.
What's the deal with the password and such?
Orders from the higher-ups. I don't get to ask why.
Maybe you should.
All right. Well, that's enough for now, Mr. Grimes. I've got to go to work.
Here, take the key. May the sea bless you.
It's got the eyeball on it, so I know it's their territory.
pierced a good inch of solid wood like it was nothing.
Hey!
The hull's fresh, still smells of the sea. No signs of decomposition at all.
It's a little sus or something that's sitting in a warehouse, unpreserved. I don't see no refrigeration. Oh wait, maybe this is... Dear Mr. Grimes, we can't thank you enough for what you do for the children. In these dark times, your toys go down like a tall glass of water. We pray for your good health every day. We also kindly remind you that we still await your visit. All our staff and, of course, the children are eager to finally meet our benefactor in person. So please don't hesitate and come as soon as you are able. With eternal gratitude, Administration of Oakmont St. Jerome's Orphanage. Turning all the children into fish mouthers. Wait, no, this guy's making toys for them. That's wholesome.
Nice work. When I was a kid, I would have gone nuts for this. Well, if it was finished, that is.
And if that wheel, like, spins around the tub, that'd be hype. I suck having an office and a fridge. I used to have to, you know, sweep and mop up in the walk-in fridge when I was at restaurants. And every time I'd come out there, my beard would be fucking frozen. Call me the Bryce-sicle.
That's a fancy-looking bottle. Looks like it was taken from a lab somewhere. And there's some kind of powder left on the bottom. I better not touch it. It could be dangerous.
Eggs. Worm eggs. Or it could be salt. Salt's preservative. I don't know why you'd put it in a strange bottle, though.
Thing's dead as a doornail, but I don't see any wounds.
Okay, there's something for me to look at. Oh.
So first it ate the fish, and
Oh, it's
now
a cat.
dead. That's troubling.
Now I feel a little bad. I killed 2 of those things on the street. The cat that got worms, I guess, from eating the fish. But they were just walking around the street not attacking anyone. That was the weirdest part. Yeah, I know, I gotta use my mind's eye. You don't need to get all crazy with your... It's a hot man, okay? I get it. I want to look at him too. Guess that fish. I wish I was that fish. You know what I'm saying? Blackwood Marsh. Fish... canning factory. Something happened upstairs or what? Why do I have the hazy lines? thought I was supposed to look at that thing. Maybe it's behind him. This architecture doesn't match up. There has to be, like, empty space behind this wall. Another room. Oh, I see. Clearly a door is here. What is this, a torture room? Fish guttery?
I have questions.
Okay, so Mind Palace. Oakmont is starving, and they are giving away fish. Do you think that they're enforcing the food shortage so they will be forced to eat this fish? Okay, they're giving away fish, but the fish is poisonous. Large quantities of possibly poisoned fish have already been distributed to cities for citizens, like Warcraft 3. Holding pen, possibly even torture chamber. Screen will tell me when you're hidden stuff. I don't see any signs of the break-in other than just that you hurled your spear at some freaking cats.
I found a hidden room full of shackles and chains downstairs. Looks like some kind of torture chamber. Know anything about it?
What? Stop talking, Truck. That can't be true. I know this place top to bottom.
Now, Daryl, you know I'm a detective, and if you're lying, I'm going to find out one way or another.
I've got nothing to do with it, I swear, Mr. Reed. Go ask Anna. She's responsible for renting the place. I know nothing about this.
Okay. I'll talk to Anna. We'll see if your story holds up. See ya.
May the sea protect you.
Missing evidence. All I found is what the EOD's doing to the fish, which, you know, I knew the fish was poisonous. That was my first thought, given away for free.
This guy must really be into his hobby to have such impressive tools.
Not seeing anything related to the actual break-in. Oh. I see, it's time to put it all together.
Come back, you thief. I'll show you not to mess with us.
Now, was he a thief, or was he an EOD cultist using the torture chamber?
Professor Westerbrook never learns about this.
Sneak in and poison the stuff without his knowledge. He thinks he is just selling fish, being a good person.
A bit more. Oh, no.
Yeah, he wasn't stealing at all. He was poisoning it. None happened down here, right? It's all just icing on the cake.
Darn pests. Mayor, take them.
Okay, let's see what we have here.
Okay, so guys down here fucking with the fish.
I hope Professor Westerbrook never learns about this.
I mean, spills some. He's messing with this batch.
Just a little bit more. Oh no.
Drops the bottle. This guy hears noise, thinks it's the cat things.
Darn pests.
Harpoon him.
Mayor, take them.
Tries to give this man some poon, but he gets away.
Come back, you thief. I'll show you not to mess with us.
A man broke into the fish storage, poisoned the fish with an unknown substance, then made a noise which alerted the guard, who chased him out.
Professor Westbrook must have made this substance. Maybe he even stole it from the professor, and he hopes he doesn't find out about it, so he doesn't start hiding it. Something like that.
You dig up anything interesting?
I sure did. Turns out our friend here wasn't here to rob the place. He came to poison the fish.
By the sea. Are you sure?
Well, that's what the evidence suggests, anyway.
Okay, this is horrible. Please don't tell Anna it was my fault, or she'll have me quartered.
They rapidly started giving away all this poisoned fish because they thought someone was trying to steal it. Maybe the EOD isn't a bad thing. Who knows?
Anna, we'll quarter you. You're joking about that, right?
Wish I was. Anna, she's ruthless when it comes to punishing the guilty, EOD member or not.
That's unexpected. Huh. Look, nothing personal, Daryl, but I need to tell Anna the truth.
Okay. All those people might suffer because I do what you must, Mr. Reed.
If it's that bad, maybe you should skip town, hide somewhere.
You don't understand, Mr. Reed. You can't hide from your own conscience.
Can you remind me where I can find the Oakmont University?
You can't miss it. It's the greatest thing Oakmont has to offer, except maybe our famous caramelized eel stew. Give me your map. There you go. But don't forget to first report your findings to Anna.
See ya.
May the sea protect you.
So Anna is a bit of a bitch. Maybe use the torture chamber in the warehouse that she owns? No? Okay, well, is there a fast travel around here? The university. Wonder if that's water or grass. I bet if I go north to the university, I'll find the fast travel point. This works too. How are we doing on time? Like 2.5? 2.
Choose wisely.
Take as much as you need. It won't
I've got news about your fish storage problem.
Oh, I'm all ears, Charlie.
It only looked like a robbery. Some guy broke into the storage to poison the fish. Near as I can tell, he succeeded, at least partially. I realize it's a lot to take on faith. Look, I've got a sample of what I think is the poison, though I can't identify it yet.
See, protect us. That's terrible. What kind of man would do such a thing, and why?
I don't know, but I aim to find out.
We need to stop distributing the fish. We have to let everyone know about this. Kay knows how many people might already be affected.
The town must be purged.
Any theories on who might have done this? Any enemies?
The EOD has a lot of enemies. Wicked people that want to burn this city or drown it in blood. It could be anyone. It could be the police, the Ku Klux Klan, see, take them, or even the Throgmortons.
So that was clan stuff we found in that house. All the red crosses and white gowns. Like Crusader gear, and it was the clan.
What do you want me to do with the poisoner once I find him?
I'd bring an end to him right there if I were you. The police and court are useless these days.
That wasn't the deal. I'm a detective, not a hitman.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Report to me when you find him. I'll see that the reward will be more than handsome, if you know what I mean.
I'll, see what I can do.
One thing still bothers me.
She trying to
Regarding
seduce me?
storage, Daryl. What was he doing at the time?
He fought like a lion.
Your guard was vigilant. He fought bravely, but the poisoner knocked him out. You ask me, he deserves a raise.
Good old dependable Daryl. I hope he's okay. I'll see he gets his due. Goodbye, Charlie.
I've found what looks suspiciously like a dungeon in the basement of your fish storage. Care to explain?
Excuse me? You've found what?
A dungeon. Chains, shackles, and blood. Ring any bells?
I've no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds awful. We only started renting the place a few weeks ago. Goodness. I'm going to have to ask our landlord several uncomfortable questions, it seems. Thanks for the heads up, Charlie.
You do a better job hiding your sex room.
Now, refresh my memory. Where's the university here?
I know it very well. Here, give me your map and I'll show you.
You were a student there, I take it.
Yes, that's right. I earned my degree there a while ago. Are you surprised?
I just wasn't expecting to see a college graduate working here is all. I never had the opportunity myself. Could say I'm a bit jealous.
You'll find that here in Oakmont, a woman can achieve much more than on the mainland. Our university has always accepted women with open arms.
See you later.
Well, great, you're whole identity is that you're a woman and not just a person who went to college. Good for you. But I never said nothing about it. So get that freaking feminist bullshit out of my damn face.
Eagle and Teen!
Alright. University. Knowledge. I don't have a shotgun or a rifle yet. Oh! So we want to go west, and we'll turn up north. Infested zone. Yeah, get my ass out of here. Do it. My sweet Bippy. Wow, college. A disgusting display of wealth. Guys, damn place has to be like 12 times nicer than my fucking high school. And, you know, it costs 12 times as much to attend. Oh, who'd have thunk? Do I really need these fucking trees to help me learn? How about you just give me internet access? Learn more at a fucking Starbucks.
Extra, extra. All the news that's fit to print. Buy paper, mister.
Don't have to buy my shitty professor's book that they wrote themselves. I'm not saying that they need to, like, teach someone else's book. Obviously, some of these professors are, like, fucking amazing scientists and stuff. But, like, it's not standardized curriculum. Why should I pay $30,000 to go to this school and not learn the same thing that someone else who paid $30,000 learned? My education's either gonna be better or worse than theirs, and that's fucked up. What the hell is going on here?
welcome to the University of Oakmont. How can I help you?
Ned Flanders?
You recognize this bottle? You know where it comes from?
Sorry. We have hundreds of bottles like this in the university.
Fine. I need to know what's in it. Any suggestions?
You need an analysis. Well, I'm sure someone from the Department of Medicine can help there.
I'm looking for Professor Westerbrook. You know where I can find him?
You're the one bringing him the specimen?
Specimen?
Never mind. He's in the Department of Medicine. Let me show you.
Okay.
Goodbye, sir.
Department of Medicine. Gonna take a side entrance. Hey, hello.
Hello, sir. Welcome to Oakmont University Department of Medicine. I'm Samuel.
Charles Reed, private investigator. I have a few questions if you don't mind. You recognize this bottle? Maybe you could tell me what's inside.
That's one of our lab bottles. We have a lot of them. As for what's inside, I'd need to run some tests.
Could you do that for me?
These tests aren't cheap. And the other day I could get right to it, but we're, somewhat hindered right now.
What's up?
Our lab is crawling with, well, creatures. Professor Westerbrook's research is a little unconventional, and something went wrong. Really wrong.
So, if I do a little pest control for you, you'll run those tests for me. For free?
For
Our
free.
budget is tight. You'd be helping the cause of science, Mr. Reed. Isn't that enough?
Oh, I guess science could help itself.
All right. Yes, you solve all problem, and I'll run the test for you. Off the books. Here's the key for the basement.
Yuck. Got like a zit or something on the side of my nose. Keeps filling back up. Rain some damn yucky pussy out of it. I don't have to squeeze too hard, you just run your finger down and it comes right out, which is why I think it's weird, like it's not how it normally goes. Only one monster.
What kind of person would even touch this?
Experiment log part 1, March 2nd. I finally received a living specimen. Sadly, it's only the smallest one. The grunts call it Mr. Handsome. Got hands? I think it needs a proper name. March 3rd. I was thinking about the name for the specimen all night. I began a series of experiments on a creature so far as proven exceptionally resistant to all the poisonous substances at my disposal, as well as acid and electrocution. It's shrieking, though it's bound to haunt me. May 5th, last night I had a vision, thousands of hands wrapped around me as the blanket, and I heard the name inside my head. Stygian Harvester.
Not to mention dissect it.
Experiment log part 2. March 10th. With those pesky limitations removed, I can finally continue my experiments unhindered. I need to know more. The specimen remained alive even with half its internal organs removed. It's fascinating. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough in biology as we know it. March 15th, I developed a way to reanimate the tissue, even in one that's been dead for weeks. This is monumental. The possibilities of it, the implications. Does this hint at something hidden? Some trait present inside other creatures, or perhaps even ourselves? I think I'll need to find volunteers. Well, yeah, you can reanimate tissue. That's not necessarily an issue, right? I'm sure if you take a chunk of someone's dead arm, that meat can be kept alive for God knows how long. But you ain't, like, getting the whole heart and brain moving again.
I'm glad this thing is dead. Why do they even keep it here?
Or returning an alleged soul, whatever else.
Your lab is certified creature-free.
Excellent, Mr. Reed. You've done us a great favor. Now we can get things up and running again.
Okay. I've done my part. Here's the bottle. Now you run those tests.
Yes. Wait here. It shouldn't take long. We finished that analysis, sir. It's ricin.
Ricin?
Ricin, bitch.
Toxic poison extracted from castor beans. It's slow acting, but absolutely fatal to humans.
So, where do you get ricin? This isn't something you can pick up from a drugstore.
About that. It is rare, but we have a certain amount of it here. For study, in our poison store. Or we did. I'm afraid that must be where it came from. The label had been tampered with, but it certainly looks like ours. Where did you find it?
Crime scene. Someone was trying to poison a bunch of fish with it.
This is horrible. I need to warn everyone in the university about this.
Who's got access to where the poison's stored?
Only Professor Westerbrook has the key. His office is upstairs, right alongside Professor Cavendish's. Professor Westerbrook's not here, though. He's been sick for the last few days. Professor Cavendish is away as well, on vacation.
Where do they live?
I'm not sure.
Cavendish is a suspect now.
Most of the teaching staff live there. Wait, you don't think it was one of them?
I'm working on that. Can you let me upstairs?
All right. This is serious. I'll help you. Here's the key, but please don't disturb the professor's things.
I'd like to know a bit more about your professors.
What do you want to know?
I want to know more about Westerbrook.
He's the head of our department. He's been here for, at least 30 years. He's one of the longest-serving staff we have. As you've already seen, he's particularly interested in the wild beast that recently appeared in our city.
Yeah, that's quite the unique fauna you have there.
I've no idea how he did it, but Mr. Throgmorton's men brought him live specimens for his research. He thinks he's on the verge of a breakthrough in evolutionary theory. A secret that, once revealed, will benefit all humankind.
Glorious Las
Stay
Plagas.
buried, 6 feet under.
You're not a man of science, are you? It's not about why. It's about what if.
What can you tell me about Professor Cavendish?
He's one of the most brilliant teachers we have here. A PhD at only 25. Just imagine. His biochemistry studies are second to none, worthy of a Nobel Prize. If he could complete his work.
What's his problem?
I don't know. There's some kind of family trouble. It's made him standoffish and irritable, and easily distracted. I hope he gets through whatever he's going through. We need his talent, especially in these dark times.
I'll see you later. can you fill me in on ricin again?
Of course.
Wanted to know about the antidote.
There's some kind of cure for ricin?
I'm afraid not. Once it's in your system, it's a death sentence.
Damn, that's cruel, Walter White.
How can you tell if someone's been poisoned with ricin?
The symptoms take several days to develop. At first, it's like a common cold. But over several days, well, it develops into hemorrhage, internal organ failure, and death. It's not a pleasant way to die.
Drinking fucking acid.
I'll see you later.
Alright, well, said their offices were upstairs, right? EOD is banned to all staff and students, University of Oakmont. Henceforth, any mention of everyone's obvious duty organization, also known as EOD, its symbolics, current and or past members, as well as exposure to the release is forbidden on university grounds on pain of dismissal and or expulsion. The administration has received numerous reports of EOD activity and outreach disguised as charity work throughout our university and over Oakmont, and this dangerous activity has reached epidemic proportions and cannot be tolerated. While they seem wholesome on the surface, everyone thinks that what they're doing is sus, I guess. Westerbrook, closed for maintenance. Cavendish. Brothers and sisters crossed out, too familiar. My fellow Americans crossed out. They are Americans too. Well, that's why you say my fellow Americans, like what? Citizens of Oakmont! How much longer will we put up with those fish-faced bats, those sea freeze? How much longer will we put up with this? Those cave-forsaken degenerates who call themselves the EOD. Crossed out. This guy's so worried about getting fucking canceled by all the fish people. As if they weren't sick. I just did, training for, like, autism the other day, right? Like, our facility is trying to become autism safe space or something like that, which, from the training they gave us, nothing about our facility seems like it would be friendly, right? We got hella long lines, we got noisy shit everywhere, we got lots of cramped spaces. Like, I don't think they would want to be anywhere in this place, but alright. Apparently drowning's like the #1 cause of death for them if they freak out and run away. And like... Blah. 20 of water. Anyways, on the test they made us take after doing all the reading, the correct answer for one of the questions was that there is no cure for autism, nor does there need to be. Like, what a ridiculous thing to say. Of course these people would rather not have whatever disabilities they have. It's recognized as a disability, even if we're not trying to, like, discriminate people for it. Like, it's still, like, impairment of body function and whatnot. Physical and or mental. What also pissed me off about it is that I was told recently that Asperger's is outdated. It's just considered autism now. And I was like, that's ridiculous because, like, the point is that it was always a series of various disorders, right? And that's why it's all called autism spectrum disorder now. That is true. That's what happened. And, you know, it all has the same root cause of, like, you know, it's a genetic thing, extra chromosomes and whatnot. But, like, there's a pretty big difference between someone with Asperger's and Down syndrome, for example. And I think that it's like important to make that distinction so your doctor or whoever you're dealing with knows what special accommodations you need or whatever. But they decided for our training that we don't ask about, we just ask what they need. And we don't just assume, which I guess is fair. So if someone has some less detrimental thing, and they don't need any extra supervision or whatever, then, you know, they're free to say so. But, you know, whatever. My point is, it's just ridiculous that we, like, made the whole topic a lot blurrier for the sake of making people feel less alienated. Anyways, there's more shit to investigate in here. Anyways, the doctor here says that the fish people have a worm infestation or something. Like, it's a disease people caught recently. The Innsmouthers. So, it would be okay to call this organization of fish faces because they ain't normal. They're sick.
This should be good enough to make a decent copy.
He used the soap to make a key mold? That's pretty smart. Like, run hot water over it with the key on there. It probably wouldn't be exact. You'd be better off using Play-Doh or something, but... still. It's cool. This is absurd. It's been 5 months and they still haven't finished repairing my office. I'm done sitting in this corridor like some kind of waiter. I won't step foot into the building again until the works are finished. You give me Cavendish's office. You tell me that to the board. I'm through with this farce, Westerbrook.
These bottles look exactly the same as the one with the poison.
Well, okay, so Westerbrook has access to poison, but Cavendish made a spare key. George Cavendish person, poison thief. He made himself a copy of the key to prison locker according to his student. He lives somewhere in Advent. Probably a conversation with the guy downstairs still.
I'd like to...
What do...
What?
He's one of the most... His... I don't know.
Also, I'd like... Also,
Hmm. Oh, alright, another weird thing in the training was, statistically, these people prefer to be referred to as autistic people rather than people with autism, which sounds dehumanizing to me. Like, you're making it too much of their identity. You're not treating them like there's a person who just happens to have this thing. No, it is their whole identity, and that's... I don't know, I think it's weird that they're making me say that they prefer that. Specifically, we're told to ask, but that should be the go-to for us. I don't like it one bit. I don't like it one bit. No, no, no. But I guess that's also plays into the other thing I said about, you know, they're not needing to be here. Because people identify with it and like, you know, I'm autistic and proud. You know, that's fine, alright? You can't do anything about it for the time being. So you might as well own it. But to say that you would rather not have... You'd rather not be disabled, that's ridiculous. And keep in mind, I was almost diagnosed with Asperger's when I was a child, because I'm a freaking weirdo. And, you know, I am definitely, like, above average intelligence. I could have been in a gifted program if there wasn't other stuff wrong with me. Which I think a lot of gifted people have their own brand of special needs, whatever going on. Could very well be autism their way. Anyways, with how things have gotten so much broader, it's very possible that if I went for diagnosis again of my own accord, which I see no need to, that they would say that I had it. In fact, there was an online test I took a couple months ago. It said I had, like, mild symptoms, which was strange because I thought that, like, with all of the questions it asked, they'd be like, yeah, these all seem like pretty normal things to be doing, but no. It's like a cumulative thing. There are normal things that, like, balance it out in the test, I guess. It was like a thing we did with the Discord friends, right? We all posted our results, and I was surprised how many of us had, like, very normal results. Then only a few of us were like, yes, you have a very or mild. Because I thought the test seemed like bullshit when I was taking it, and that's why it was surprising. I mean, I didn't think that all of us were. Anyways, I felt I needed to say that because with a lot of these groups of people who identify as things.
I wonder what would happen if I press this button. Should I or shouldn't I?
They're always like, oh, you can't talk about us, you're not one of us, you don't know. And I think that that's like a bullshit mentality to have, considering that literally all of you are different from one another. Like, again, it just covers a wide spectrum of disorders that we're all calling one thing now. You are not all the same. There has to be like a crime scene put together thing that I'm not discovering, so I just walk around with my mind's eye on.
These bottles look exactly the same as the one with the poison.
This should be good enough to make a decent copy.
Do I need to do Mind Palace stuff? Deductions. Am I not able to put these together? I thought, like, these two are obviously connected. Damn it, what else is there to look at? Do I have to find the bathroom where he made the copy? Yeah, I think what I'm looking for is the original key, because it shouldn't be missing. Like, it should still be at the guy's desk, or in the bathroom where the copy was made. But I'm not finding it. even look this up. Gotta be something stupid. Let's see, so did I not get that deduction? Yeah. I'm supposed to have, the clues: Westbrook has access to the poison, and George Cavendish made a spare key to get the poison thief deduction. But that's not an option for me. Unless I already did that and it's just not in my deductions list, which would be shitty. Oh well. I think we got enough to get the job done. And this is frustrating. I did everything the guy said.
What?
Yeah.
So I guess I should just report back to Anna. It is possible that I fucked up by breaking that padlock early. Like, the guy did tell me do not do that. Maybe I should just reload. See if that changes anything. No, I think I want to go back a little further than that one. Alright, well, those ones were like all probably after collecting evidence. Like, they're only a couple minutes apart. This one is like 15 minutes behind where we were, so hopefully it'll actually be something useful. There we go.
Hello, sir.
Charles.
Welcome to the Department of Medicine.
So I guess this is before I ever entered. We'll see what happens. Ah. A lot more monsters down here this time.
I'm glad this thing is dead. Why do they even keep it here? What kind of person would even touch this? Not to mention some serious equipment we've got here. Oakmont University is clearly well funded. What would happen if I press this button? Should I or shouldn't I?
We fit
right.
This, but what? You.
Okay. Go up, interact with all the things, and I should be able to get a new deduction.
The door won't budge.
Why'd that fucker say don't break the lock yet? I didn't see anything special happen.
This should be good enough to make a decent copy.
Gotcha, so I did make the deduction. It just doesn't appear in the deductions page for some reason. You'd think knowing that Mr. freaking George Cavendish,
The door won't
the
budge.
thief, would be important.
These bottles look exactly the same as the one with the poison. These bottles look exactly the same as the one with the poison.
I didn't do anything different. It was bugged before. Maybe it's order of operations. Whatever, we're good. We can leave without freaking triggering me this time.
Extra, extra. Choose wisely.
Take as much as you need. It won't cost you a penny. Glad to see you again. Glad to see you again. Fish?
You want a fishy?
Oh, what? Am I not reporting it? I need to look them up in the records, I guess.
Take as much as you need. It won't cost you.
Be like public figures after the flood, Advent. Maybe the city hall would have records of the citizens, but I haven't been to the city hall yet, so we're sticking with the Chronicle. Articles and interviews. Suppose we'll have to try the city hall. I can just go straight north from here. Get on the boat.
Hey, knock it off. Extra, extra. All the news that's fit for print. Buy a paper.
Post office, not City Hall. That's City Hall. Big boob-shaped building.
Extra, extra. All the news that's fit.
No idea why they always got that stupid dome roof.
Yes, yes, I haven't got all day. What do you want?
Saying hi.
Just wanted to say hi. I'm new in town.
Oh, how nice for you. If you need to look anything up in our archives, get in line like everybody else.
Bitch, there is no line.
Get in line? I'm the only one here. Well, I guess that means I'm first then. So, I can just go look up what I need.
Don't sass me, young man. Next time there could be a line here, and you'll get no special treatment.
Fuck off.
Bye.
Alright, citizens. Citizen records or occupation? An advent. George Cavendish. Oakmont, Massachusetts, born and raised, Advent, St. Michael's Road between Carpenter Street and Constitution Street, flat number 2. Forced. Wonder if I can look up the mirror place. Maybe it just wouldn't let me in before because, you know, I hadn't looked it up yet. Enterprises. Last century. And was it the Shells or Salvation Harbor? Randall Glassworks. Yep, that's the place. They'll probably let me in there now. Let me mark down this other place, though. So we're looking for Constitution Street and Carpenter. St. Michael's Road. Here's St. Michael's Road, Constitution Street. Where is Carpenter Street? I'm not seeing that one. Ah, I see. He must be right here. might as well.
Extra, extra. All the news that's fit for print. Find something you like. Cheaper than the rest.
Nice place.
The door won't budge.
You want it? Take it. It's free. Probably from his divorce. So can you actually just go look people up at City Hall like that? It seems a little fucked up. You need to get someone's address.
And judging by the layer of dust on it, this ring hasn't been worn in a long time. So why keep it around?
What was here? Burned it.
I loved you. I always loved you.
A lot of fancy dresses locked away in a dark corner for a long time. I'm starting to smell some deep family trauma here.
Those are his dresses. That's why she left them. Professor's fact list for Westbrook. He usually has his lunch at about 2:30. And I get some soap, and it always stays in the fish market. She shouldn't learn about me. New hauls of fish arrive every 2 days. An ounce per box will be enough. The guards spread most of the time on the second floor during the night. Think about the way that our suspicions Westbrook. Don't let me turn the flash storage. Think about plan B. He went for plan A without having a plan B ready. Okay, so, they aren't spreading worm eggs. This guy was trying to poison the fucking cult. Maybe they took his wife away. Going. Body count rises as vanishes continue across Oakmont. Locals are in a panic, with most of the reported disappearances occurring in the Shells, Salvation Armor, Grimhaven Bay. Captain Caleb Lyons of Oakmont Police has put out a call for information. Our evidence suggests a link between the disappearances and the charity organization EOD that has recently risen to prominence among the city's poor, said Lyons. Most of the victims seem to have either joined this group or been a recipient of their alms. We encourage anyone with information to come forward. The Chronicle reminds readers to avoid any suspicious newcomers, especially innsmouthers, and remain at home during evening hours.
This Cavendish guy did an impressive investigation, and the EOD is in the center of all of it.
Disturbance in the Shells as fighting breaks out between locals and innsmouthers. The cause of the conflict appeared to be the disappearance of several women, with locals accusing a group of innsmouthers of the crime. The Oakmont police continue to investigate the vanishings, but as yet the case remains unsolved. One source for the Shells reports traces of fish scales and seaweed were found in multiple victims' homes, which seems to have participated in the fight.
You will never understand our cause. My child is blessed by the sea. I'm leaving you, George.
Is his wife Anna?
George, I can't live like this anymore. There's something I have to tell you.
My child's a fucking fish.
I don't care what your damn EOD cult demands, Anna! I thought the child was mine. Mine!
Okay, let's see what we have here.
The cult demanded stinky pussy and gave her a fishy baby, and they got divorced because the child isn't theirs, or he loves the cult more than him. Yuck. Yuck.
George, I can't live like this anymore. There's something I have to tell you.
He fucked a fish.
I don't care what your damn EOD cult demands, Anna! I thought the child was...
You will never understand our cause. My child is blessed by the sea. I'm leaving you, George.
George Cavendish. He had a wife named Anna. She had a baby that was not his, but blessed by the sea and claimed by the EOD. This caused their split.
And he wants to destroy the cult for taking away his wife and kid. The hell's with his legs? Whose lips then? Who them lips?
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Calm down. My name's Charles Reed. I'm a private investigator.
Right now, you look like someone who's breaking into my house. A burglar. Explain yourself.
No, Cavendish. Time for you to do some explaining. Care to tell me why you poisoned the fish at the EOD warehouse? And you better not lie to me. Oh, sorry. Is this making you angry? Yeah, two can play at that game, and believe me, I've got plenty of anger for the both of us.
How dare you?
I'm only going to ask politely once. Then my gun will do the talking.
Fine. Fine. Yes, it was me. But I had a good reason to do it. It all comes back to Anna.
Oh, this should be fun. What's your good reason for poisoning innocent people? You know the EOD are feeding the hungry, don't you?
No, that's exactly the problem. They're not doing it out of charity. They do it to spread their influence and recruit new members.
Yeah, that's the point.
Initiates, as they call them, vanish without a trace. And not just them. They kidnap ordinary folks, too.
And poisoning the fish would prevent this how?
Oh, you see, not everyone in this city believes in the EOD yet. They have opposition among the citizens, both rich and poor. A rumor of the EOD's fish being poisonous and several incidents would be enough to undermine the EOD by sparking fear and mistrust.
But you're killing hungry people. Doesn't matter if they're not EOD supporters yet, they're still going there because they're hungry.
There must be another way to deal with the EOD. Like, if their crimes are that obvious, why don't you just go to the police?
They're resourceful, those sons of hagfish. They maintain a squeaky clean image, and they're good at it.
I tried going to the police. They were no help at all. And I'm not suicidal enough to make it public and take them to court.
What's Anna got to do with all this?
As you might have already gleaned, she was my wife.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it all starts to come together now.
The EOD robbed me of her. It all started with the free fish. We were all short on food at the time, and then they hooked her with their nonsense about the benevolent sea and greater good. I looked past it for some time, but then...
She became pregnant.
Yes. At first, I was over the moon. But then one day she came to me, that snake, and told me that the child was not mine. She said it was blessed by the sea, that it was demanded by the EOD. Doom take them! I couldn't stand it. I just couldn't.
What did she mean, blessed by the sea?
What do you think is the cause of Innsmouth syndrome in people?
Living in Innsmouth?
That K-forsaken place has nothing to do with it. It comes from breeding with monsters. These sea creatures they call Deep Ones. They take our women, and they spoil them with their seed. Then they give birth to degenerate fish-faced offspring.
They get in there real deep.
Where did you learn all of this? This information about the EOD?
After Anna left, I had nothing. But I did have a lot of time to research Innsmouthers, the EOD, and the story behind them. It is an old and powerful organization. They appeared back in the mid-19th century in Innsmouth, and the first people with the Innsmouth syndrome started showing up around that same time.
Ah, perhaps not coincidentally.
No, of course not. And the EOD is immensely rich. The sudden rise to power of the Blackwood family happened right after they joined them.
So what's your next move?
I was interrupted and couldn't finish my task. The EOD received a fresh haul of fish, but now they're on alert and raised their guard. I understand I'm in no position to ask. But after reviewing all the facts I've presented to you, Mr. Reed, would you agree to help me?
Poisoning people? No.
You're a madman, Cavendish. You're willing to let innocent people suffer and die just to get revenge on your ex-wife. No, this madness has to stop. And I'm gonna put an end to it right now.
Oh, no. You don't understand.
That probably wasn't a great thing to do. But it was justice. What I believe in. Oh. I didn't have to kill him. That was all me. I thought I was going to get into a fight, so I just swung right away. Maybe I can undo that part. That's the only part I regret. I'll turn him into the cult, no problem. Oh, alright, that save must have been made right as I killed him. Beans. Am I at his resident? Oh. This is before the investigation. We're gonna redo that. Oh. Only take a couple seconds. There wasn't much to look at in there.
Judging by the layer of dust on it, this ring hasn't been worn in a long time. So why keep it around?
The note's still collected. I wonder how much this investigation's done already. Like, this was all opened up too, I guess.
I loved you.
A lot of fancy dresses locked away in a dark corner for a long time.
Notes are
This
collected.
Cavendish guy did an impressive investigation. And the EOD is in the center of all of it.
You will never understand our cause, George.
I don't care what your damn EOD cult demands, Anna! I thought the child was mine! Mine!
Okay.
George?
I don't care what your...
You will never understand our cause! My child is blessed by the sea! I'm leaving you, George!
George Cavendish. He had a wife named Anna. She had a baby that was not his, but blessed by the sea and claimed by the EOD. This caused their split.
Can I skip these?
Calm down.
I should have guessed.
It's not.
No. The and she. I. That they. No.
So what?
I.
You're a. Now.
Oh. Ah!
Okay. So, nothing to change. It was a fight, he just took a minute to start attacking and he didn't have a gun or anything. Again, I wouldn't have killed him. Was I in that situation, I told him to fuck off and, you know, maybe told the police or something. So, I need to report into Anna, but I'd like to get this one done first because, you know, the main quest is obviously going to lead me to another case and it's almost time to be finished. So, you know, I should get this one finished, turn Mr. Throgmorton, and go back to the fish market and turn in with Anna, and that'll probably be where we can save. Mind Palace. A zealous servant. Okay. Do anything they ask of her. Fish are poisoned to undermine their swelling ranks. Secret chambers, suspected of crimes. The crimes are real. I don't believe that. She's not. I mean, you know, it makes sense for her to go there for the fish. Now she's the new person distributing the fish, and like that could be innocent. But we've heard other bad things, and she has that torture chamber in her warehouse. So yeah, she's a liar. Even doing all the real shit, you know, a real zealous servant. No, you're killing others, crazy. George Cavendish is a dangerous psychopath who won't hesitate to kill innocents to achieve his goals. I will undermine their grip, but I ain't helping George to do it. They're both crazy. That's why I'm gathering. I don't want to pick either of these. I want the middle option. It seems I'm gonna end up helping them regardless. I know this game has a couple endings. I'd feel pretty bad if I got the bad one. Because I'm a pretty decent sleuth. And I will find the truth.
Fresh fish. Just caught, mister.
It'd be a shame if my moral compass is what ended up screwing the playthrough, you know? Yeah, that was just locked because I hadn't done the investigation yet. That one's blue. It might have more health. Don't fuck with no bipedals. Having more health would mean more should regenerate before I activate this, so I did that first. That might even heal more too. I don't know if it's percentage based or not. It probably is.
It looks like this workbench was used for making frames.
Make another one of them too, yeah.
A human face. Hold up, I'll unlock the door. I don't know who you are, but boy, am I glad to see a human face. What you doing here?
Murder?
I'm, looking for someone. An old woman with a mirror. Have you seen her?
Huh? Oh, I mean, yeah, there's old Bethany. She comes here pretty often. Brings us food, blankets. You know each other?
Not yet. I'd like to meet her, though. You know where she is?
Yeah. It ain't good news. Bethany was in the storeroom when the wild beasts came. She locked herself in. I got a spare key, but...
But there's a catch. Am I right?
Yeah. We wounded one of them, but he's too tough. He's right outside the storeroom. She can't get out. We gotta get in there. We'll starve without those supplies. I don't think we can take him, though. I hope Bethany's all right.
Okay, I'll deal with it. See you soon.
This used to be an okay place to live.
They hide. They hide underwater. In the pools. In the puddles.
Y'all motherfuckers don't look like you're starving.
Do all mirror makers look this shifty? Oh, nice work. It looks like the craftsman's gone out of business, though. Too bad. Who knew that so much planning went into mirrors?
Alright, I know overweight people can starve. However, if you are starving and also not working hard to get the food that you need, then you should not be overweight. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should look like a fucking skeleton because you're all out of energy. You tried your hardest and still failed. These guys, they're living off charity.
Some sort of treatment solution. It must be what they use to turn glass panes into mirrors.
I was expecting one of the big ones when I said it was a big one. That was just a slime boy.
I killed the monster.
Oh, yeah. I heard the ruckus from up here. Great job, mister. Here's the key. Take anything you need, and please make sure Bethany is all right.
Oh, I will. You can count on it.
Warrant to enter and search says premises. Investigate recurring complaints of suspicious activity at Ignite. Interrogate and suspect Gunther Randall. Alright, people on to the squatters.
Someone's been stocking up.
Never thought this city would surprise me, but Francis Throgmorton did just that. clearing the way for his preferred heir by getting rid of the other. The man honestly believes he did his son a favor by suffering him in the mirror ways. What? He actually trapped him in the mirrors? Like his soul? Didn't want to kill him as if any worse than what he did. I'm just happy to share what I know. Should Francis want to bring his son back, hopefully you can find the kid a new body to live in. I'm done with this wretched city. Time to move somewhere warmer. What the fuck?
His house. Randall's house. Hold on, Hammond. We're almost there.
It's broken. She went into it. As long as they're together, I suppose. Necronomicon? Thick ass cover art.
That's a thick book. Thick enough to be someone's life's work.
So what now? These mirrorways are cold, alien, and hostile environments that warp and defy the world they reflect. Souls and minds pass through them disembodied, and should one be trapped there, they make for agonizing, inescapable prisons. To extract the trapped soul, a practitioner will need to a valid repository for it, but be aware once the soul has been extracted, its prison seldom survives. Okay, so she pulled the kid out of the mirror here. She was looking for this specific mirror. It's been in this basement the whole time. It wasn't the one the artist had. And the mirror is broken because she extracted the soul. But what was the vessel? Did she just steal some random child? I guess I'm supposed to look this up at the police archives. Maybe see if anybody found the suspicious activity, captured this woman.
What's your problem?
Complaints? Suspects. That Gunther participated in capturing the kid's soul, then he moved away, so maybe they're looking for him. Gunter Randall, Davis Miles, Mirror Maker, unknown age. What the fuck? Does he live in the Mirrorways and not age? What we see is but a reflection of the man trapped in the mirrors. Oakmont, Massachusetts, Norman Wool Grove. Corner of One Half and Gold Bridge. Suspect, disrupting public order, subversive behavior, counterfeiting. One Half and Gold Bridge in Old Grove. Here's One Half. And here's Gold Bridge. Says right at the corner. Fuck. Alright. Let's go see if we find anything at this guy's house. Maybe she's even looking for him to get revenge. I'm not expecting to find this guy, but maybe the woman. Why am I lost? There we go. No, must be the other house. Yep, saw the interior load in. Somebody's got this stupid shell radio. finding anything interesting here. Like this man packed up and left. First dollar ever made. Now, you'd think this place would have an investigation zone, as anything. Which makes me think I might have the wrong house, but what's weird is that there's nothing to loot at all in here. What if he's in one of these other houses? I mean, it makes most sense for it to be one of these two, but who knows? What the fuck? Okay. I guess this whole thing is Gold Bridge Road. It's stupid, alright. Hey! I should really upgrade my melee. I use it more than I thought I would.
These have been here a while. Where does one find a miniature coffin like this?
Very weird. Is that like a coffin you'd put your freaking miscarriage in or something? You stuff a sack of skin into a box. It's very morbid. Well, there are people who do that, I suppose. Ah!
Life can be cruel.
She dug up the kid's original body. It was in fact the baby's coffin. Damn.
Would have made a better father proud. What the?
Now,
My head. Damn it. I can't. Hey, let me out! Life can be cruel.
So is what's his name, Robert Throgmorton, the preferred heir because he has the monkey genes? The other kid looked pretty normal, and he had him killed for that? That's terrible. Damn eugenicist. I bet they're like the local KKK heads.
Somebody's been doing their homework. His manor into a museum of vintage mirrors, collected over many decades. And the biggest mirror exhibition in the history of Oakmont, including Master Randall's finest creations.
A simple warding spell can be created through the application of sympathetic magic. To establish an accord that affects an entity, one must find a similar entity that has a powerful bond with the other. What happened? She put her son's soul in that guy's body?
There. As long as this mirror stays whole, you will be safe, baby boy. Safe while I find a way to free you.
You put a warding spell here to preserve the body. So she knew what was going on from the beginning. She didn't figure it out later. But it sounded so ridiculous that they took her into the asylum.
I will get you out, Hammond. There has to be a way. These rites, they might buy me time.
Time to piece this one together.
These rites, they might buy me time. There. As long as this mirror stays whole, you will be safe, baby boy. Safe while I find a way to free you. I will get you out, Hammond. There has to be a way.
It started here.
Hammond. There has to be a way.
And she went looking for the way, and she found the way.
These rites, they might buy me time. There. As long as this mirror stays whole, you will be safe, baby boy. Safe, while I find a way to free you.
Bethany set up some sort of barrier to buy time while she tries to free Hammond. I could remove it by destroying her ritual mirror.
There is a barrier protecting the mirror designed to keep it safe until Bethany can find a way to free her son. She set a ritual with a hand mirror to keep up the spell. I must smash it to lift the barrier. So it's the hand mirror I need to break, but I tried. But maybe I have to shoot it, be more precise. I should remove the barrier down here. And it feels wrong to do this, like this kid deserves his life back, but she's killing people now.
Have him. I won't let you. You can't take the mirror, you hear me?
Bethany, calm down, please. I mean you no harm.
No, you won't take my child. Not again. I won't let you.
It's okay. We can talk about this. I know the mirror's important to you.
It's my son. My son. His soul, his very being trapped in the mirror. Cold, hungry, scared for decades. It's... okay, it's so hard to understand. His body is dead, but his soul is frozen in glass, unable to move on or return without help. Oh, Francis thought this was merciful. Oh, the wretch.
Don't chew none. Stop. I feel you still pushing beans.
What do you mean to do then?
I can call Hammond back into his own body. Don't judge me. This may seem unnatural, but we will be together. Everything is ready. I'm sure it will work. I only need to break the mirror to release him.
I can't go back empty-handed.
And I won't leave without my son.
Fine.
Okay. Well, I guess you've got the right to try. Go ahead. I'll have to find some way to sweet-talk Robert.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much.
You don't like your other son?
Life can be cruel.
Oh, thank you so much, newcomer.
I feel like I could have given him the broken mirror and just told him she broke it, but whatever. Still evidence in there, apparently. Probably do need to grab the broken mirror, but I need to get the fuck out of there before I went crazy. There we go.
Oh, thank you so much, newcomer. You made the right choice.
Life can be cruel.
Apparently there's still some to collect around here. I'll do a pass around the upper floor.
These have been here a while.
There we go. Francis Throgmorton says Darling Scholar and Adventurer is once again the most eligible. That we've read this before. It was in the other guy's house. I tell you, when you level up, you just kind of get experience. To talk to Robert. Trying to explain that his mom wanted to get his fucking little brother's soul back. See if he cares. His older brothers, I should say. That's why he needed to go.
I found a disturbing book, Mr. Throgmorton, on mirrors. It spoke of imprisoned souls. Now level with me. What is it you're after?
I suppose there's no point in being coy. I have learned that I once had a brother, Hammond. My father robbed me of him. Hammond is inside the mirror, trapped by sorcery. My father's doing? Why, I cannot guess. But he is a Throgmorton. He must be saved.
I was too late. The mirror. I found it broken.
What? No. How? How could this happen? Oh, my brother, my poor brother. I expected better from you, Mr. Reed. By gay, I did. No, Drock, just go. Leave me to my ghosts. I'm not in the mood for chit-chat, Mr. Reed.
I don't get to tell him that the baby's alive? Like, I heard it whining. And what about his mom? Like, I should bring the family back together after doing that. Like, what the fuck? I'm not happy about that ending. Like, come on, guys. I am incredibly upset. I think that if I told her no, I would have had to kill her, and that would leave just as bad a taste in my mouth if I fucking killed her for nothing when they're both trying to do the same goddamn thing. So I guess I feel better about this outcome, because Robert's kind of an asshole, and he's probably better off with his mom, but Jesus Christ.
Your vote is your choice. Choose wisely.
I don't know why I couldn't see this fucking fish market. Literally has fish written on it. We're just turning this in and then we'll be done.
Try. Leave enough for everyone.
I found the poisoner and dealt with him. He won't be bothering you anymore.
See, bless you, Charlie. That's great news. Who was it?
Well, see, now that's the interesting part. It was your ex-husband, George Cavendish.
Oh. Well, that son of a rotten shark finally got what was coming to him. Good riddance. Still, it's strange. I never thought he'd have the guts to do something like this. He was always a pushover.
You're taking this remarkably well for a woman who just found out her ex-husband was a poisoner.
He's nobody to me. The EOD is my family now. We serve a higher purpose than he could ever grasp. My life finally has meaning. You've done us both a huge favor by relieving him of the burden of his miserable existence. Well done, Charlie.
All right. No more messing around. Get me in touch with your Grand Poobah or whoever's in charge, now.
Easy there, Charlie. I'm a woman of my word. Go to the basement of the fish market. It's nearby. You'll find an innsmouther there by the name of Maurice. Tell him I've sent you. You'll get your answers.
About time.
Alright. We have a way in. Yeah, that's wonderful. Started off being a lot of time wasting, but we got them cases done. And we did an occult ritual, which is neat. You love to see that. I'm not happy with the way that quest ended. I'm tempted to go back, but I feel like the other ending will be worse, so I don't think I will. That's about it. And we'll see you in a week, hopefully. You got this done before my vacation, so... yeah, you know it shouldn't be interrupting anything from the usual schedule. Yeah.